to the stream. And yeah, jamming Red Green LD, the deck that I have been playing for a while. I've got Twitter open. If you have any questions, tweet them at me at Matt Mendoza. I'll be checking that tab periodically. As well, I have my YouTube channel set up to where I'm going to archive all of my broadcasts at youtube.com/MattJacobMendoza. That URL will change in the future, but I'll let you know when it does. So yes, basically what we're going to do today is I started a little earlier today so that I could just start jamming more decks, more reps with the deck while you guys watched. I kind of went back to, I've been trying my friend Michael's brew, where he plays like Beast Withins and stuff, instead of like the Ruin Blasters, and he plays or instead of their Molten Rains and Riders and Ruin Blasters, he plays more Beast Withins and Acid Moss, and then he plays like a bigger top end, so he doesn't play a slime, but he plays like another Titan and another Dragon, and then one less land and one more Batterskull. He also plays 3 Bonfire of the Damned and no Lightning Bolts. I like the cheaper removal, but I do think that Bonfire of the Damned has merit in the deck, and I'm trying it in lieu of the one main deck Spellskite to see if kind of that helps me out in a lot of matchups. Bonfire is one of those cards that I'm not sure how I feel playing about it yet. It's kind of uncomfortable sometimes. So, because you draw it and you can, you draw it at the wrong time, and then you're just short 1 mana, or you draw it, I don't know, turn 2 and you can't miracle it. I don't know. But there's also times where you just draw it late game and it just blows your opponent out. So I'm not sure if it's like better as like it's like one of the only cards that the deck can really play, outside of like the 3 Bonfire version that gets it like out of whatever trouble it's in. So I think the one of like the risk is worth the reward, I think. So all right, without further ado, here we go. And yeah, as you can see, so I posted the list. The list is now to the right of my screen, and you can check it out whenever you like. As well, follow me on Twitter at Matt Mendoza. I'll probably be streaming again next week, about Wednesday before I leave for the GP. So, and I'm drinking a Lungo today. Decided to make my last espresso pod last a little longer. So, yeah. I am rocking the glasses today. New ones, anyway. And yeah, this is the smaller version, actually. I'm still not convinced that the bigger version is what I want to do yet. So, all right, looks like we've got some acceleration, a reliable green source that doesn't get bolted, or a reliable red source that doesn't get bolted. We've got a way to get a forest, so we can attach Sprawl so that when we play Blood Moon it doesn't fall off Stomping Ground. We have a nice top end. I think this is a good hand. Alright, looks like we're playing Ad Nauseam round 1. That's nice. So, check Twitter real quick. Okay, I'm going to get these windows configured. Okay. Alright. And can you hear me out there okay? Let me know. I kind of moved around my mic setup and everything, so making sure it's all I want to make sure it all sounds good. Alright, so let's just go with... Now, we don't really have like a risk to playing the birds right now if he's playing Ad Nauseam. But there's no real reason not to play Sprawl here. And we'll go green. Yeah, we're gonna go green because any of our non-basics post Blood Moon are going to provide us red, so double red will be very easy to get towards the later turns. Yep. All right. Now, the Blood Moon is going to be great here as well. I'm glad I drew the Beast Within, because I will Blood Moon his lands, and then Beast Within his prison during his upkeep next turn. So, we'll do that. And just update my spreadsheet real quick. Yeah. And I am... Just realized this number, my win-loss number is slightly incorrect. Okay. Oh, I actually think the Stasis art was fine. For me, it's one of those. Herkimer Jones asked if the Stasis, if I thought on the A team with my interview with Josh Krause, if the Stasis art, if I was knocking on it, and I actually like it. I actually think it's kind of indicative of a charming part of Magic's history, that we have art like that. So, no, I'm actually quite the opposite. So, I want to save my Beast Within for his Lotus, should he decide to play it. Eventually suspend it. So, or another Pentad Prism. So, we're just going to go and play, we'll just play the double Blood Moon right now, just in case. And then we'll play a Birds. The next turn we can play a Titan. Or Storm Breath. Yeah, right? Yeah, I like to play Magic when I'm the only one playing Magic too, so. Alright. Okay, so he drew his planes. So a Pentad Prism right now. Okay, that's fine. He still needs black. And I think we just play a... So if he plays a Prism, he immediately gets double black. He also has to have a land to go off here. I don't know how comfortable I am with this. Let's play... I think I'm just going to Beast Within his Unlife during his upkeep. So, because if he plays, like I said, if he plays a land, if he plays a Prism, and then plays a land, he can go off. And not a fan of that. Okay. And then we can play the Titan, kill the Beast, and do all that. It was unlikely that he would go off there because of the whole having to have, like, he plays like so many of the fast lands and scry lands, as well as all the he had to have a prism in hand. But I mean, I'm in firm control of this game, so there's really no reason to give up those little extra percentage points when you're in this position. Alright, I cannot attack with my birds. Well, I can attack with my birds of paradise, but it is not productive. So I will not. And I will go ahead and F6. So I've debated, one of the things that I've been thinking about with the deck is adding a 4th Blood Moon to the main deck. And or a 4th Blood Moon in the sideboard. I had one last week, but ultimately I've decided that I don't think I need it. The deck functions fairly well, and then other decks right now are actually getting used to the presence of Blood Moon, so having those extra Blood Moons can sometimes be a liability when your opponent plays the waste that they have in their deck, or they play the plains if they're like, or the island if they're a white-blue Eldrazi or what have you. So I'm gonna go without it for now, in lieu of more land destruction. All right. So we got that one. Throw that in our, and it looks like we drew. Yep, we drew and won. Okay, so what do we want to bring in? We decided that Spellskite was really not good. So we want Grudge, and just looking at my notes here. So yeah, we just decided that 3 bolts come out for 3 grudges. He doesn't really have anything that goes to that interacts with the graveyard. I originally thought that Spellskite might be decent, but it's really not that fantastic. He plays tons of non-basic lands, so Blood Moon and Ruin Blaster still are on. And then the Stone Rains and stuff just keep him from getting off his mana. And really, against a lot of combo decks, this is how the deck functions and how it wins against them, is that we don't play powerful hate cards, so we just have to, we play just stuff that we play like a land destruction package. Like, we just go a little bit more aggressive like that. So, I mean, we do play like Relic and Spellskite and stuff in terms of powerful hate, but that's really not super powerful. I guess tell that to the Living End player when you play a Relic against a Living End player. All right, yeah, it looks like we have enough interaction plus acceleration. Plus, we've got the Grudge for the Prisms and the Lotus. And we've got some creatures and Titans. I think this is... Oh, hit mulligan, of course. I am stupid. Okay. We will keep this hand. Well, we'll keep. Hopefully this gets there. That was... And we'll put that on the bottom. Okay. Oh, misclicks. Okay, well, we drew a Grudge. That's good. So we'll just play a Heath and pass. We'll fetch a Forest. end of turn. That's fine. Okay, we will go ahead and we'll play this Foothills. We'll fetch a forest, fetch a mountain, Ancient Grudges Prism. And then next turn, play Blood Moon, cut him off of black. And then we want to do it here because, and not during his upkeep, because he has plays during his upkeep. Because his combo is all instant speed. So, killing stuff, okay, that's fine. So, he probably will take Blood Moon here. Reasonable to assume. Oh, it's match wins. I can edit that real quick. Yeah, it's the number on the top right is match wins, and I will go ahead and correct that. Let's center. Wait. Okay, and we'll just adjust that real quick. Yes, I have played over 200 matches with this deck. So, yeah. Alright, that's sweet. Just naturally draw the other Blood Moon. I can imagine he's not very pleased with this. Oh, I know. He put little eyes in the chat. So, to let me know. So far, I feel really good about this matchup. They are a combo that requires a difficult to set up mana base. So they oftentimes are basically trapped and they fumble because I have all the stuff that interacts with that. So, and I'm also an interactive deck. So they can't just beat me by being non-interactive. Or they can't beat me by being mutually non-interactive, is what I meant to say. And we will attack for 2. Okay. Yeah, so I actually played 2 matches earlier. And so the question was earlier. It was 119 to 96, and I actually played 2 matches before while I was setting up my graphics. So that is why the matchup total changed. And we'll go ahead and play the Inferno Titan. So we can attack with it next turn, as well as Stormbreath Dragon, and just basically win the game. Okay, or just not attack. Lotus Bloom, okay. And this is alright. So that was properties. We're going to change this to 121. Alright. So that was against ad nauseum, and all we did for that matchup was sideboard out the bolts, sideboard in the relics, and that's all you really need. Draw, win, and draw. Okay. So I especially like Grudge especially if they bring, especially if they bring in like Thoughtseize. So and Herkimer Jones asked if the losses were specific to a particular archetype, and actually the two archetypes that I've had the most trouble with in just learning how to play the matches are Affinity and Infect. And those actually have become not great game 1 and 2s, but very, very, very winnable game 2s and 3s. So, like, post board against Affinity, I bring in Grudge, Dismember, Sudden Shock, PN Keel, and Spellskite. And actually, that should be 3 Spellskite in the sideboard. Let me make sure that's correct. And then post board, against Infect, I have Sudden Shock, Spellskite, Dismember, PN Kieran, and then also against Affinity, I bring in Kitchen Finks, just because Thrun is as equally bad a blocker as Kitchen Finks, but Kitchen Finks gains me life. So, which can just help me with stabilizing the game. So 4 lands, Storm Breath, Molten Rain, Lightning Bolt. Not a great hand because there's really no acceleration. So we're gonna go ahead and mulligan and hit the right button this time. Okay, so we have a Sprawl, we have a Sweeper in the 1 Bonfire. I'm gonna go ahead and keep this just kind of to see what kind of effect Bonfire will have if I draw it in my opening hand. Molten Rain, okay, so that's good. We'll keep that on top. We'll have some good interaction for turn 2. And we'll go ahead and put the Sprawl on the Forest. It's one of the most reliable acceleration plays in the format right now, actually. Even with Ghost Quarter, because if they Ghost Quarter me right here, they put themselves down 1 and myself up 2. Now, here's the difficult part about this deck is that sometimes they'll play like a fetch land turn 1 and then they won't crack it. In that case, we just simply we'll just play a Stomping Ground tapped and say go. Usually, it's not like a huge problem when they do that. Because they have to they're going to have to cast something, and so Michael's version of the deck with more Beast Withins actually is superior in that respect because they can, like right here, he's tapping down to play a Wall of Omens, which is really not that great against me right now, and leaves him, like if I play Blood Moon right here, I basically just neutralize one of his lands, and then next turn I can go after his other one. Or like right here, I'm going to play a Birds, and I'll play a Birds and then probably blow up his Hallowed Fountain, being that I don't have a Blood Moon right now. So we'll go ahead and do that, and we'll use our green for Birds. Our Molten Rain will blow up the Hallowed Fountain. We kind of want to cut him off some path mana, because a lot of times what these blue-white decks will do is that they'll play a Wall of Omens, and then they'll untap, they'll play land, and then they'll play something, and then in response to you destroying their land, or in response to you Blood Mooning, they'll path their own Wall of Omens. That's happened to me a whole bunch of times. So now this is interesting because Wolfrun is it was in the early version of the deck, and then I cut it because it was almost always under Blood Moon, so it was almost always a mountain. Especially with Primeval Titans, it would just go get the wolf runs, which were mountains. But I added it back in because it just gives relevance to the dorks. So next turn we're going to be able to actually, I'm going to play Arbor Elf here, and then be able to make, and if I don't draw anything relevant, I'll be able to make one of my birds or my Arbor Elf relevant because of Wolf Run. So, and we're not going to fetch here because, well, we'll probably fetch here after, on his end step. Just because, well, I could have attacked there, dealt in, got in 1 point of damage, but, I'd rather just maybe make him think I have something. Okay. Yep, this is what he's doing. He is pathing his wall to get mana. Pretty typical play of the blue-white control player. Now, is he wrathing? Okay, so he's wrathing. That sucks, but that's fine. We'll go ahead and fetch. Go and grab a. We'll go ahead and grab a. We'll go ahead and grab a mountain. I don't know why we grabbed a mountain as opposed to Sodomy Ground, but okay. So this is where so I'm judging whether this bonfire also should be another Titan, and in this situation it would be just better as a Titan, but it's not, so whatever. It'll be something that we sideboard out next game. Batterskull, okay. So, well, that's something to bonfire, I guess. So, that was his line, was wrath us to make way for his bonfire. Now, Stormbreath Dragon is still really bad for him, although he can tap it down or bounce it with Cryptic next turn. So it's not the end-all be-all threat, but Thrun is also very good here. So 1, 2, 3. I can only bonfire for 3, so that's card is not relevant right now. Now let's see what I have drawn. Not a whole bunch. This is definitely a below average draw for this deck. Kitchen Finks, okay. Main deck Kitchen Finks. It's an interesting choice. Now, and this is a Wrath is actually a funny metagame shift that I have noticed lately, is that people are wrathing and damnationing more so than they used to be. Simply because the cannot regeneration is becoming much more relevant against threats, especially with Welding Jar, with Affinity playing Welding Jar, as much as it is right now. And then you also have the presence of like Thrun, people, like people, if they play a lot of leagues, they may have run across Thrun quite a bit. Is this list different? Oh, I don't know if I included the one Bonfire of the Damned real quick. Let me verify that real quick. Oh, it was at the very at the bottom. That's why. When they so yeah, somebody noticed that I didn't have Bonfire in the list, and when they list everything out on Magic Online, they put the spells, the X spells at the very bottom. So we'll go ahead and put Bonfire of the Damned, see if that fits in there. Nope, that doesn't fit in there, real. So next time what I'll do is I'll put it all in a text file, that way you guys don't have to witness this delete stuff. So, and we'll Bonfire of the Damned. Okay. All right. Yeah. So the list is now correct. So what? 4, 6, 7, 10, 13, 16, 19, 23, 26, 29, 32, 35, 37, 40, 37. I should have 4, 6. We'll worry about it post. We'll worry about it post board. We need to get back to playing this match. So I'm kind of at a weird spot here where I can bonfire for 2 to get rid of his Finks once, and then bolt his Batterskull token. He can then equip up his Finks to make it a 6/5 and attack me next turn. I kind of like that play just because it makes, well, I don't know. There's not really a good... Bonfire is just going to be terrible this match. Just when it's just deciding when I want to play it to make it less terrible. Let's just see what happens. So I verify my list real quick. 4, 6, 7, 10, 12, 13, 16, 19, 23, 26, 29, 32, 35, 37. Yeah, I'm missing one main deck card as well. So, yeah, that's fine. Talisman of Progress. So that is something to make note of. Batterskull plus Talisman equals, we'll probably bring in a Grudge or 2, just to have answers. So, yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and bolt the Finks to make it smaller and get it out of combat. I'll still take 4 here, but I can make my Bonfire a little better next turn. Alright, Ruin Blaster. So this is where we kind of judge the these are the kind of little decision trees that Michael and I look at when we're judging both of our versions, when we're comparing them. Where his, like, he plays Acid Moss in this slot, whereas I play the creatures. And, like, Ruin Blaster is not great here. And I think that Acid Moss might be less bad. Neither are good. But Acid Moss does make... give me a bigger Bonfire next turn, assuming I draw a land. 6. But I can play Ruin Blaster, go after a gate. We'll just do that. I mean, there's also the relevance of, like, Wolf Run now has... is like a slightly better... It makes Ruin Blaster slightly better. So that's something worth considering. Yeah, Into the Maw of Hell, right? Actually, I don't exactly hate that idea. We will not attack. I've considered, so that Bruce guy just suggested Into the Maw of Hell, which is, if many of you remember, it is these red 4 sorcery from Innistrad that destroys a land, and then deals 13 damage to, is it, that Bruce guy, is that a creature or all creatures? It may be insane as all creatures, but it deals 13 damage to something. And then But in the same vein, I've also considered Chandra Flamecaller for some of these situations where Flamecaller can get me out of. It's kind of modal. It's really cool and modal where Flamecaller can get me out of situations where I'm behind, but it also can help me. Yeah, it's uncommon for a reason. Yeah, Bruce Guy pointed out it is just one creature and it is uncommon. So absolutely everything, like if it dealt 13 damage to every creature, it would be like a mythic, and it would be a lot of. It would probably be like a $40 or $50 mythic. We'll go ahead and do that. We'll just block here. Give him fewer options for his Batterskull. Now, if he, I play Batterskull. Also, and I get to do all these cool tricks. Now, if he just makes Gideon a creature and then equips Batterskull on it, I think I just have to honor his attack and just let it hit me and kill me. So, alright, so we drew an Inferno Titan. This is good. Not great, because it's basically going to chump the... No, it is not going to chump the Gideon. But we can go ahead and... Next turn, though, we will be able to do some Bonfire plus Inferno Titan shenanigans, which may be able to deal with Gideon. Oh, no, we don't want to pass. We want to play Inferno Titan. Okay. And... we'll just go ahead and redirect, deal it to him, redirect damage to Gideon. Yes. And... so he has a Ghost Quarter, which is cognizant to, we should be cognizant of that with our Sprawl. Okay. So that's not great, but to be expected, I guess. Okay, so we'll take... we just die here? Oh yeah, we just die. Okay. I thought we were at 8. Alright. Okay. So, blue-white, we were on the play. And we lost that game. Blue-white control. Now, blue-white control is one of the matchups that it's just difficult. Like, it's probably about 50-50. It's not too bad. It's not too good. It can be challenging. It can be some games can be challenging. Some games can be really easy. So I'm not too worried about the fact that I just lost there. There are 2 different versions of blue-white. Some have been... well, there's actually 3 or 4 different versions. And we're better against some than others. So the one version that plays... there's one version that plays Jace, there's one version that plays Emeria, and then there's one version that doesn't play any of those. So, and we're not too bad against any of them, so... we'll go ahead and... I'm just looking at my notes real quick just to double check. We're going to bring in Skites because he plays Paths and stuff. And we want to protect our threats against that. I don't expect him to be playing a whole bunch of... well, he did play... he's probably playing some Sun Titan stuff, but our goal is just to not... like, if he has six lands and 2 of them are plains, we're probably losing anyway. So we'll go... I'm just checking my notes. Rain. Blood Moon. So I saw Wall of Omens, and he plays Kitchen Finks as well. So we'll probably not bring in our Finks. Against some of the versions, they're good because they're just another threat that can be better than another Stone Rain off the top. We'll bring in Pia and Kieran, and then we'll bring in Dismember because it also can deal with Gideon. Well, it can't deal with Gideon, but it can deal with all the walls and Restoration Angel should he bring it in, or Baneslayer. So we need to take out one more card, which will probably be. Oh, we'll bring in Grudges here as well, just to have some game against that. We'll probably just take out the Stone Rains. Or we'll probably take out the Ruin Blaster, and we're on the play, so we want to take out Slime. We'll put in Slime. Take out Red. Okay, there we go. Not 100% sure that's how I wanted to sideboard, but yeah, the Shiv Poke, the list I'm playing right now is to the right on the screen, and I can post it on Twitter, a link to like the decked list, so which I will post. I will post after this game, and as that is something that we can do while we're waiting, and I'll make sure it's correct over here on the right, which I don't know why it's still. We're going to pause real quick just to make sure that the deck list on screen is correct. So, 1 Ruin Blaster, 3 Avalanche Riders, 2 Thrawn, 1 Slime, 2 Stormback, 3 Titan. Yeah, Blood Crazy 18 just said, is it bad that I just tried to click the submit deck button on the stream? I actually accidentally will mess up my layout and stuff because I accidentally click buttons and stuff on my screen. I may be just missing a forest. I don't know. We'll figure out what I'm missing, if I'm missing anything. Thrawn, Acidic Slime. I don't know. I'll have to double check if that's 60 cards. I'm doing too many things at once, so. Okay. And this is a good hand, so we'll go ahead and keep it. Has some Stone Rains. Thrawn as well is going to be just our champion. Usually a turn 3 or turn 4 Thrawn, there's just nothing they can do outside of Wrath. So we do need to be cognizant of Supreme Verdict and Wrath. So it's not, Thrawn is not exactly a turn 2 play, or turn 3 play in all situations, but if we keep him off of mana like our plan should be, we should be okay. Oh, dang it. Bonfire is still in the deck, so did not do all the sideboarding I wanted to do. Okay, so what we'll do here is he plays Ghost Quarter, so what I'm going to do is go get a basic forest with this and play a sprawl on this one, naming red, and then I'm going to Stone Rain his land. So I don't want to entice him to use Ghost Quarter as much. So we'll play Ruin Blaster here, and then next turn we'll either Thrawn or play Beast Within, depending on what land he plays. We're actually just going to play Thrawn here. We'll attack first. So, because he is pretty far from playing a Wrath, and we can Beast Within to keep him off of a land, or a Talisman, should he try to play a Talisman. Okay, so he just conceded. So we're going to use the time real quick to verify the list that I have on screen. 4, 6, 7, 10, 13, 16, 19, 23, 27, 30, 33, 36, 37, 38. And, oh, that's right, I played 22 lands. So the list on the right of the screen is correct. But we'll go ahead and take a minute to send the list out on Twitter. And while we'll do that, oh, so Bonfire was technically in the deck because sideboarding just took too long, but Ruin Blaster was still in the deck as well. So okay, so all that. Just go. So we cut. Okay, so we're on the play, we're on the draw. So Riders is a little better because it can go after basics. But I kind of want... Actually, I think this is all fine. So, yeah. Okay. So here is... We'll go ahead and submit. Trying to figure out what I cut for the Bonfire. Oh, I cut a Molten Rain. That's what I cut. Okay. And I'm just getting the list all correct so that I can send it out real quick. Share, upload deck. So this looks like a pretty decent hand. We'll be able to Stone Rain on his on my turn 2. This game might be difficult simply because he will have access to remand mana and stuff if he plays that sort of stuff. So, but we'll go ahead and keep it. It's a decent hand. So, okay. That's fine. Utopia Sprawl. Go red. The next turn we can play another Sprawl. And another land. Streaming now with MTG, Modern. Okay. Alright. List has been posted on Twitter. Okay. So he is representing Remand Mana, or perhaps Remand Mana, or Mana Leak. He probably plays Mana Leak. So we are just gonna go ahead and do our thing. If he has it, he has it. If he doesn't, if he has it, he'll use it, and then he'll probably tap out to play something next turn, and we can get in PN Kieran. Unless he Mana Leaks here. Okay. Sometimes I question the validity of that, because it is a reasonable play to go after their acceleration, especially if okay, negate. And yeah, sometimes the counterspelling the acceleration can be better depending on your hand. as the control deck. So okay, I'll probably play. Oh, that's nice. Okay. So we'll go ahead and just play Stomping Grounds tapped here. No need to take some damage. And we'll save the fetches for later. Finks, okay. Okay. Now we're going to play this Wooded Foothills because we want to fetch out Mountain, and we're going to play PN Kieran. Now, kind of the goal here is to pressure him a little bit enough to where he uses one of his Wraths. And then we can clean up with Storm Breath. So, but like I said, if he plays Cryptic, Cryptic is still affects Storm Breath. So, okay. So we'll go ahead and play this Heath, and I'm not going to play Storm Breath into his mana. I'm just going to attack with my Thopters. No need to risk getting my stuff counterspelled. Plus, if he plays like a Batterskull next turn or whatever, I can grudge it. So Storm Breath is a pretty resilient threat in this matchup, so you don't want to just waste it. He's probably going to Wrath here. So, hello, Scoundrel. Thank you very much. I am proud to be streaming as well. Okay. Wow, just looked at our clock, and that is an insane difference. So, we'll go ahead and fetch here. No reason not to. Nope, I don't want to pay the 2 life, but I will anyway. And we'll just go ahead and F6. Okay, so now that we have a second Storm Breath, we'll just go ahead and increase the clock. And now he has to Wrath, and then next turn we can... and we'll just go and fetch so we can get this out of the way. No. And we can just F6. No blocks. Okay. Now, we can play Blood Moon here, but he has a fetch up, so we're just going to play Storm Breath and get in there. Well, the blue-white guy has a lot of time just because I spent a lot of this round just doing housekeeping and stuff, so that's the only reason. So I brought in Spiker. Spiker asked if I brought in Grudge just for Batterskull. No, I actually brought it in because I also saw Talismans, so I wanted to have an opportunity to deal with those as well. Just because it's worse than some of my removal. Alright, and so his plays, he probably thinks I'm going... Okay, so what we'll do here is we'll play Blood Moon, and then he'll either animate, Colonnade... Well, it doesn't matter whether he animates Colonnade or not. So it's kind of odd because he probably brought in... I mean, he has probably something along the lines of Disenchant or Celestial Purge. Okay, so he's played Cryptic Command. That's about the worst for me. So, and that's fine. We'll play Arbor Elf. And we'll probably... you can play Colonnade. Animate Colonnade, attack. Yep, Animate Colonnade. And we have to block here. So we're going to do that. And well, so if he has a Cryptic here, he can just bounce it. But I can deal with the Colonnade at least. So maybe the yeah. I mean, Beast Within, maybe, you know, I mean, I do like Spikers to just be through. Okay, Wrath. That's not good. Thanks. Okay, and I just die. Okay. So that's how you lose to blue-white. So. Okay, I'll take that into consideration for next time for sure. I have to mess with my stream settings a little bit because my computer is a little underpowered to be doing what it's doing. So, but I definitely want everything to be as high quality as I can make it. So, I'll definitely, you know, I'll look into my settings and see what I can do to improve that. We were on the play and we lost that one, so loss. And we'll update our total on the... Okay. So, and then we took out bolts. We brought in Ruined Blaster. And we brought in Grudge and Skite and Key Appeal. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there are boards on recommended settings and stuff, and I'm definitely going to look into that. I usually do all sorts of live streaming for events, so streaming from, you know, MTGO from my computer is something that I haven't done a whole lot of. Yeah. All right. So in the dark, we're going to lead with Arbor Elf here just because we have a pretty good reward for 4 mana on turn 2 with Thrun. And then we also have some interaction in terms of Bolt, like if our Arbor Elf gets messed with or whatever, or if they, you know, play Affinity and all that. So we'll go ahead and keep. As well. Okay, so Cinderglade, so probably red-green Scapeshift. This is strictly a race. So Blood Moon can shut off their Valakuts, but a play so Blood Moon helps a lot in this matchup. Because it just makes them have to win through Titan. So because even if they play a Prismatic Omen, it doesn't make their Valakuts again. So it does not matter in that case. So, and then just F6. We don't have any plays. And okay. Colony Hearts. Okay, so I really hope I draw a Blood Moon here because those Colony Hearts are ridiculous. Okay, I did not draw a Blood Moon, but I drew a Storm Breath. So I can still at least threaten him basically with lethal next turn. And then play Stomping Ground. We will not play it. We will not give ourselves the extra. Will not allow him to play the extra land. Yeah. It definitely, Usman the Rat, it definitely shuts off Valakut's, so. Okay. And I don't have any plays, so we're just going to let him do what he wants to do. Okay, so we play a land. We can Monstrous the Storm Breath. And then just kill him. He doesn't play bolts or anything. Maybe plays a Dismember or two. But next turn he probably just has us dead anyway, so it's really not. Yeah, we might as well go for it. We can't. The bolt doesn't give us the reach we need. All right, and that got us there. So Red Green Escape Shift and draw, win. Okay. So make sure you were on the draw. Yeah, you were on the draw. So we will bring in we'll take out the bolts. We'll bring in. How do I usually sideboard against this deck? Escape Shift. Yep. Take out the bolts, and then we'll add in Spell Skites, and which messes up his removal and his math a little bit. Grudge doesn't really do a whole lot. Dismember can deal with any, like, maybe he brings in Courser, but probably not. And then Kitchen Finks is something I've considered, just as an extra beat. But as it's because it's on the ground, he sometimes it doesn't care. I mean, maybe it's better than. I'm going to take it out because I think it's better. I'm going to take out Throne for Finks, because I think that it's just better. And then Bonfire, I'm just going to take it out and bring in Finks. So yeah, we're good there. Ooh, this hand is so tempting. I'm on the draw. I have 2 opportunities to draw land before it starts to become relevant. I have a lot of... But there's no Blood Moon, and he plays a lot of acceleration, so I'm just going to mulligan this hand, as much as it pains me to do so. Well, this one's not as loaded, but it has all my acceleration in it. Yeah, we'll go ahead and keep this. So the Spell Skites also protect our Blood Moons from natural states or Nature's Claim. So they help against that. They're kind of multifaceted removal protection. So, and okay. Okay, so our plan so far is get to 6 on turn 3 and play Titan, and then play another Titan. Okay. So hopefully we draw one form of interaction, because that actually may be just exactly what we need to win this game. So is that one piece of reaction on turn interaction on turn 4? Okay. Or on turn 2, which we didn't draw it. Okay. Which we'll just go and play the Foothills here. Play Sprawl and name red, and then we'll just attack for 1. And we'll go ahead and fetch. No. Okay. That way we can just F6. So, yeah, it's one of those awkward hands where, you know, the top end is, just because you can get to the top end quickly doesn't automatically mean that, like, the deck, like, that's not always a strong part of the deck. You have to have, like, the interaction in the, you know, turns 2 and 3, so. Okay, 2 Colony Heart Expeditions. That is not what I want to see. Okay. So he did not play. We drew another land. That's wonderful. So if the 1 or 2 cards in his hand are Escape Shift, the game is over. Because he can play a land, turn on this Colony Heart, crack that one, turn on that one, and then just Escape Shift and then win. So, but he only has 1 card in hand. It could not be I mean, maybe it's not Escape Shift. I don't know. But we don't want to put ourselves. We'll just go ahead and play our Titan. All right. And then next turn, you know, if he draws like a Tribelt, I mean, if he plays like a Tribelder or something, we can burn it and attack through. So that's good. Okay. Has something on my upkeep. Beast Within. Okay. That's fine. Okay, but I keep drawing lands. So we will go ahead and play this Stomping Grounds untapped, or tapped. So he is... okay. He is dead on board. Okay. Now this is scary because if he had anything other than Escape Shift, he probably would have just conceded. Okay, so he goes and gets a whole bunch of lands. Yep, alright. And we're just going to make him do it. Okay, so we'll go ahead and update our spreadsheet real quick. We took out bolts and then skites. We took, and then finks as well. So Thrun, and then I can't remember what the other card that we took out. So we were on the draw and we lost that one. We're losing this one. Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and save him a little trouble. If I were a little meaner, I would make him waste his time on all his triggers, but I don't really care. Oh yeah, I took out Bonfire. Yeah, I took out a Thrun. It's not... like, he plays Tribe Elder and stuff, like, it's not great. So, at least I don't think so, anyway. So, this one, maybe on the play, I think I'll put in... I should put the Thruns back in. Spiker seems to think that my taking out Thruns is awful. Spiker, I'm curious about why you think taking out Thrun is awful. So I'll just do that, and we'll try it. We'll see. No, I mean it's a slow card. Like I like Thrun most of the time, but okay, so once again, no meaningful interaction. But we have our mana, and we have our acceleration. We're on the play. Let's try it. Let's check Twitter, see if there's anybody saying anything. Nope. Alright. So we'll go ahead. He plays bolts. So we're going to go ahead and play Sprawl here instead of birds. Just gives him less opportunity. Although, if we play... So, there is merit to playing the other way, because playing birds... like, say we draw a Molten Rain right here. If I'd had a birds in play and not the Sprawl, I would have been able to fetch with the Heath to fetch a forest to go down to just 19 as opposed to 17. So, that makes a huge difference here as well. So, I probably should have actually taken the more conservative line. Okay, so we'll Beast Within his green source on his upkeep. So we want to continue drawing lands, so we will go ahead and pass. Or we want to Beast Within his Colony Heart Expedition should he choose to play it. Should he choose to play it next turn. Okay. So, you could have Steve or Colony Heart Expedition. Or Explore. That works too. And we're going to go ahead and Beast Within his forest here. He has a bunch of... But, like, usually I would go after his mountains. Or So if I play Blood Moon, that basically turns it like I want to keep him off of green mana. So we kind of want to maximize the effectiveness of Blood Moon here. So we'll go ahead and we'll just play a Spellskite to block, and then we'll play Birds so that next turn we can start playing our stuff. Spiker asks if I why didn't I Beast Within on upkeep? Mostly because I want to play. I want to get a Colney Heart Expedition. I think it's a more valuable target, and putting him back on a land still keeps him a little bit in check. So we'll go ahead and block here. If it attracts a bolt, it attracts a bolt. That's fine. Yeah, that's okay. Okay. So Kalash suggests that Spellskite should have been a Sudden Shock. I actually don't. The only thing that Sudden Shock is good against in his deck is Sakura Tribe-Elder, and if I'm worrying about a Sakura Tribe-Elder, then I don't like the game isn't going exactly how I want it to anyway. It's just my logic. So other than that, it's just a bad shock. Maybe I'm thinking about it incorrectly. I mean, it could be much better, but that's the logic I'm operating under. So, at least in my experience. So we'll go after his Cinderglade. What might as well. Okay. And then, okay, so he has 5 cards in his hand. Okay. Plays Colney Heart. Bloodcraze doesn't think we should have blocked there with that Spellskite. Maybe, yeah, maybe, because, like, if I do play Blood Moon, it protects it a little bit better. I'm curious in the chat, like, what your logic, like, what kind of, like, what were you thinking, in terms of, like, the block there. So I'm definitely, part of the reason why I stream is so that I can understand lines better and see more things. So, and yeah, Kalak, maybe the Spellskite / Sudden Shock. I mean, maybe Sudden Shock is better. You're right. Maybe it's better on the play. I mean, if he plays a Sakura Tribe-Elder, especially on the play or on the draw to block, then I can just get through with Sudden Shock. It's a super niche play though, so but it may be better than some of the other stuff in my deck, being that I have to get lower. So okay. No, I definitely don't want him to start doing all these shenanigans, so. Let's see. Okay. And So we'll go. Not having that 5th mana hurts a lot. But let's attack here. Play Arbor Elf. Raise. Okay, fetch. Okay. Another Colony Heart. Now just don't play another land. Alright. Hey, yeah, maybe Spiker suggests that beasting on upkeep, saving it for either the beast on upkeep or getting a colony when I need to. Okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll play Inferno Titan here. Get the get the beast out of the way, and then attack in with Ruin Blaster. And at this point, it's just kind of hope he doesn't have a Scape Shift. Okay. Two cards in hand. This is a dangerous 2 cards. So lost to I was playing in a small modern tournament at my LGS and lost. Beat Scape Shift once and then lost to it once because my opponent ripped a Scape Shift on his last possible turn on game 3. So that's one of the joys of playing that deck, I guess, is you have ridiculous potential. So okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and fetch here. Stomping Ground. Nope. Now, prepping for Blood Moon, maybe I should have gotten a Forest. Not a huge thing there. So he has Bolt. Maybe he has Dismember, but I think we're just going to attack with everything. All right. Well, we got there. All right. Draw, win. All right, win. And we'll update my match total up here. Yeah, Mr. Green suggests Acid Moss, and so we have 2 different versions right now. Our team does, and one of them plays Acid Moss. Another one plays like mine doesn't. I've tried both. My logic is that land destruction plus pressure is how to win a game. how to win the game. So I went with I'm on the more creatures plan, whereas my friend Spiker in the chat, he plays the Acid Moss version, so he plays more Beast Withins and stuff, and basically ramps, like tries to play a turn 3 Titan every game or a turn 4 Titan every game. So I'm still on the fence about whether I just like this version better, just because I feel like you get in like the creatures provide a lot of incremental value, as well as when you combine that with Molten Rain and stuff, to where your opponent like can stabilize sometimes against other versions of the deck, whereas this, like, it attacks their life total in such a way that sometimes they just don't have enough life to do what they need to do. So, all right. What's a So, against an aggressive deck, this is a fine hand. And against control, it's not so great. But we'll go ahead and play it. We'll see how it kind of works out. Once again, I'm testing. I have the one bonfire in the deck. I'm still unsure whether I want it to be there. So this game gives me an opportunity to see what it's going to do in my opening 7. So we'll go ahead and keep it. Yeah, Swift Flame compliments. I like Storm Breath. Are you playing it to dodge Path? Yeah, actually, that's part of the reason why we went from Storm Breath, or from Thundermaw to Storm Breath, because we were just simply tired of we were just tired of getting our stuff pathed and blocked and all this stuff. So we went with Storm Breath because it dodges Path, it dodges Detention Spheres, and so he is probably playing Bluetron. So this should be a long match. So we can go ahead and we'll just play the Blood Moon here. But yeah, Storm Breath, it just gets through tokens, it gets through Restoration Angel, it gets through Colonnade. The monstrous ability can just kill you, whereas Thundermaw being a 5/5 is important, but ultimately it's not as crucial. So all right, and we untap. So we can go to 4 mana. Well, no, we can't, because the Stomping Ground is no longer a forest. So we're just going to get some incremental value here. We'll go ahead and make this a we'll make it red. Just because with Sprawl on red, we now have double red and double green. And we'll save the bolt. I don't know what exactly we're going to bolt out of his deck, but we'll go ahead and it's better in our hand, I guess. Okay, yeah, Bluetron, exactly what I expected. So this is kind of a this will be a weird one. So Bluetron is the more, against my deck specifically, is the more superior version of Tron. Simply because they play Repeal, so like once it gets to 4, he can bounce Blood Moon, and then untap and then play like more stuff, or he can just counter whatever I play. So what we're going to do here is leave... we're going to try to get after his lands this turn, I think. So, because he's probably going to tap himself out to play a Thirst for Knowledge. So we can put him off of another... We can get a land if we want to. Although playing Batterskull here does have some merit, it's just probably going to be counterspelled and as one of our only threats. So, okay, all right. I'll slam Batterskull. We'll see what it does. Chat suggests I just slam Batterskull. All right. Okay, that resolved. That's very surprising. So, okay. Oh, he repeals the beast token. Okay, or the token. That's fine. We could have gotten... Well, no, we couldn't have. I was thinking we could have bolted the token to prevent him from drawing a card. But it's an X4. That doesn't work. Okay. So, this is fine. We'll probably... Actually, we'll probably just equip up birds with Batterskull and just make the sickest... like the sickest Birds of Paradise ever. So, this is kind of dangerous though because he plays a ton of stuff at 6. But if he plays a Wormcoil, I can break it up with Beast Within and then Bonfire to get rid of his board. So we'll go ahead and keep the pressure going. I like that line a little better. We'll equip here. Kalix says my lesson playing green decks, just play them, just play and make them have the reaction spell. Yeah, that's probably the right way to play. So I'm a little too conservative sometimes, which is really weird because I've just played a ton of. I don't want to block here. I just don't. There's no reason to. So yeah, and I can suggest that I bolt him, and yeah, I'll probably just do that. Okay, and we'll just bolt him. Spellburst. I have to read this card. So he counters it unless I pay 1, and then he chose to buy it back. Okay, so I think I just pay the 1. What? How did that... He spellbursted for 1, right? And then bought it back. I paid the 1? Why did it not give me the option to pay the 1? Weird, okay. Okay. So he probably plays 2, 4, 6, 7... Oh, is it counter target spell with casting cost of X? Okay, all right. I misread that spell. I thought it was a syncopate. So, okay. Okay, so this turn, next turn, he will have Karn mana and if he plays Karn, the Bluetron top end is kind of weird because they don't play like a lot of the traditional stuff. So I think I can still save Batterskull if I leave up mana, and I can beast within one of his lands. Tom Don suggests I kill a land now. I think I just want to go after what he plays. I mean, the only thing I'm super worried about is Ugin. But if he goes to repeal my Blood Moon, I can beast within one of his things and then tap him down. I think I'm just going to let him... I don't think I'm going to beast within here. Okay. No need to block. Mindslaver. Okay. So I am glad that we saved that beast within. Yeah, we'll go. No, 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 no! Ah! Targeted the wrong thing. That's awesome. So, well, what are my options here? So I can 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Yep. I can't believe I did that. Moto, I guess. Thing never happens in paper. So we'll go ahead and bonfire him 2, 4, 6, and bonfire him for 4, I guess. At least we can only untap one forest, so we can't misplay that ability. Okay. And get rid of his stuff. Then hopefully that one that misplay does not lose me the game. Okay, if I'd attacked with the elf and beast within your Blood Moon end of turn, I could have attacked for 7 and bonfired for the win this turn. Yeah, I guess I could have done that. Okay. We'll just F6 through our own turn, I guess. Price of Glory is not modern legal, unfortunately. That would be nice if it was, though. Yeah, that's the crazy thing with Beast Within is that it's like such a versatile card that it's really easy to mentally earmark it for something and then forget that it does something else. So, like for example, like it just happens. Like I had a friend Joe who got second place at GPKC with Living End, and the only reason he got second is because he was playing Living End versus Malira Pod, and the only reason he got second was because he just mentally forgot that he could exile his opponent's creatures in response to the combo with his Fairy Macabres, and he was so focused on them not getting value out of their yard that he forgot to, like, when his opponent comboed out, and he just like extended the hand and then pulled it back and was like, what did I just do? And I mean, those things happen. It sucks. Okay. Well, I mean, if he has it, he has it, right? So he has got to bounce. He's got to bounce my creature. Okay. So we'll play the birds. Does he have a counterspell? He has that spell burst. So now he's got the spell burst lock. Remand, okay. Try to play the birds again. Okay. So let's see. Appeal, remand, okay. So he's got a spell burst in his hand. Treasure Mage. He goes, that's fine. We're just gonna. I'm tired of playing this game. Fair. Okay. So Bluetron and 3. Okay, so we played, and we should have lost. We should have won, but we lost. That is fantastic. Okay. Dosen modern. Dosen the. Is it that's the tree, right? That's the. Oh, that's Doran. I'm not sure if Dosen is legal. Okay, so Bluetron. Let me check my notes real quick. Okay. So basically we'll take out kind of our top end, because what he has trouble with is aggression, and so we can take out let's see. Okay. So we will add in Finks, and well, he plays. We'll add Key and Peele, and then some Grudges, actually. Take out the bolts. I don't know if Finks are going to be as effective as I want them to be, but we're on the play, so having the extra creature is good. I don't think Spellskite. It may not be good enough. Spiker suggests I keep in Bonfire, and I don't like that at all. But I mean, it may be better than Finks. Sure. Yeah. Ultimately, though, the game plan is that we get him dead before he can play Karn or Mindslaver. So I'm just gonna play. All right. On the play, if I don't draw a second land, I basically lose. We're gonna mulligan. Okay, we'll keep this one. I maybe Spellskite comes out for maybe some of like Batterskull, possibly. Simply because it's one of the less aggressive cards in the deck. We're gonna put that on the bottom. We want lands. We want natural lands. So play Arbor Elf. And Arbor Elf, and then next turn we can play Molten Rain, and then hopefully we just curve out into Avalanche Riders, but that's fine too. We'll go ahead and play. We'll go ahead and fetch the Stomping Ground, but we will play the Stone Rain here, just so that we can maybe try to get the little extra value next turn with the Molten Rain. Okay, so we will go ahead and Molten Rain, and then attack him for 1. And then next turn we'll play Avalanche Riders. I mean, maybe. We'll go ahead and I think we play Riders. We want to get some Molten Rain may have been the better option there. Riders is just a little awkward. Okay, and we'll go ahead and pay the Echo here. Yes. Just rain attack for 1 again. Yeah, I maybe I should have played the rain there. He will probably just always play a second land, or maybe he will stop playing a second land, so that's good. So we'll go ahead and slime. Put him off of any land. Okay. That's kind of the ideal. So I realized we drew a lot of LD there. So we'll go ahead and we took out Bolt and we put in Grudge and took out 1 Inferno Titan, and we brought in Pia and Kieran. Okay. So we will, I can leave it as is. And yeah, for sure. I think one of the previous problems with Calyx mentions that it's good to see the deck function like it's supposed to, and I think one of the things that I was doing wrong with it was I had took out some of the LD at 3 and 4 LD at 4. So for example, like I went to 4 Molten Rains and then no Stone Rains and then put 2 more Ruin Blasters in the deck. I think I had too much at 4 and not enough at 3. So I would have hands that would like want to get to 4, but have nothing at 3, and then when I couldn't get to 3, it was just kind of awkward. Or when I couldn't get to 4 on turn 2, it was just kind of awkward. Okay, so we will mulligan this hand as it is. Okay. Well, we're getting the land destruction. So that's good, but we want the mana dude. Kalik asks if I've thought about surgical extractions, and I have not actually. It may be something. It does seem better than Crumble. So we'll go ahead and mulligan this hand, see what we get. Okay. Well, it's not ideal, but we can Blood Moon. We have a Scry and we have a draw, so. And Thrun will do some work in this matchup. Yeah, we'll keep that on top. So, and then we'll go get a Forest. And play Sprawl, and then we get to untap, and then play either Blood Moon or Molten Rain. And we'll name red. Now, we do have to be cognizant of the fact that we will need to draw another green source in order to be able to play Thrun on time under Blood Moon. But I think we'll go ahead and yeah, we'll pay the 2 life. I think we're going to Rain here as opposed to Blood Moon. Or do we Blood Moon? Okay, so how it's going to play out, how I foresee this playing out, is that whatever spell I play right now will resolve. whatever play spells I play after he goes and gets his island with the expedition map might not resolve. So, but if I play Blood Moon, I cut myself off of Thrun, perhaps, which cuts me off of pressure, much needed pressure. So, I think I will take the if he gets to 6, then that's bad too. Yeah, I think I'll try to rain first. Kalik suggests I rain first, so let's try that. Because if we draw a green source, like any green source whatsoever, like a fetch or anything like that, we can slam Thrun, and then we have a pretty good clock. Okay. So we'll go get a forest. And maybe Spiker suggests that the split should be more on Stone Rains as opposed to Molten Rain, because it's just more flexible. With the mana can be more flexible in the early game, and that may be a valid criticism for sure. Maybe the reliability is more important than the extra little the extra bonus that you get. Okay, so we can hope that he I think we'll play the moon here. He's going to counter it. And we'll play Arbor Elf. Okay, so he didn't play a Tron land, which is good. No. I want to do two things this turn. Okay, we're going to attack. And then we will play the one he knows we have. Okay. And we'll play it again. So, and then at this point, condescend for one. Okay. And then next turn, I'll Stone Rain him back down to 5, hopefully, unless he plays a Tron land. Okay, he is. That Scry 2 is something else. Okay. Okay. Now, next turn, do I Stone Rain one of his Tron lands or one of the ruins? I think I go after one of the lands. Okay. Because he can fetch for 1, but he can't play them both in the same turn. So I have him off of Condescend and Spellburst. He still has access to negates, mana leaks, remands, stuff like that. Ugh. Okay. Play birds here. Okay. Three. Okay. I have a shot here. Depending on what he plays, Bonfire could be really good. He can't play Ugin, which is really the big thing. If he plays Karn, then I exile the Stone Rain from my hand. So this is good. I can Bonfire big enough to where if I draw land, then I can get around Condescend. If he has Remand, then that's bad. If he has Mana Leak or Negate, or even like Warping Whale, he probably plays a couple of those. We will... Well, I think we just Bonfire here, and then if it resolves, it resolves. So we'll... Yeah, we just Bonfire here. And for 2. Oh, he has... Well, he doesn't have Tron. Oh, he does have Tron. Yeah, Condescend. Nope. Okay. That's fine. That's annoying. So, anything other than Slaver, please. Okay. We don't have any plays, so we'll go ahead and yield. Now, somebody asked earlier what the worst matchup for this deck is. It is probably this deck, if I'm being completely honest. This is the deck I never want to play against. Luckily, it's not that popular out in the world, because it has a pretty bad matchup versus Affinity, from what I've been told. Okay, we'll just concede here. Okay. Yeah, Spiker says the game would have been a lot different on turn 2, Blood Moon with Sprawl on green. Yeah, probably. So, play loss. Okay. All right, moving on. So 1-2 or 2-2 in this league so far. Okay. Okay. Okay, any questions out there? Make sure my sideboard is all correct. Scoundrel asks, can I tell that that is the right play beforehand, or is that clear in hindsight? Asking Spiker if that was the right play. Okay. Well, we have our mana. We don't have a lot of interaction regardless, and we're in the blind. But in a lot of decks, like Thrun, an early Thrun can win us the game, just almost by itself. So we'll go ahead and keep this. And he chose to play first. Alright, Affinity. So I don't want to draw any more lands, so I'm gonna fetch. Forest, Sprawl, red. Okay, and I'm happy to report that my win percentage against Affinity game 1 is going up. So, being that there's a lot of stuff that I can do with like bolts, and early Batter Skull is also pretty good. And then Storm Breath, that blocks flyers and things, so that's good too. No. One tap out and green. Okay. And then we might actually... Well, I don't think we'll be able to race him. I mean, but, you know, we can hope. Okay, so definitely can't race him. But a bonfire right now would be pretty nuts. Yes, please. You've drawn a miracle. Would you like to reveal it? Yes. Yes, I would. And he just conceded. All right. So maybe that card just cemented its spot in my deck. Monkey Mealing, I don't have sound, so no idea if I called it. Oh, I called it. Mostly Bonfire is the only thing that'll do it here. Okay. So, Affinity. Take out. Put in all this stuff. And then even Finks. Okay. And Dismember. So, yeah, we boarded a lot of cards against Affinity. Now we take out. We also take out a lot of cards against Affinity. All this stuff goes. Because it's basically just really inefficient. We also take out the Thruns. Because Finks basically serves that same function and isn't really that solid. And then we can take out... I think we're just going to run the 2 Spellskites. Mostly because we only really want these to get dispatches and to get... dispatches and to get steel modular counters. So they serve like a pretty limited function. They also blocked S champions, which is pretty lucky or pretty sometimes relevant. So okay, so we take out all the LD and Thrun, and we board in basically everything but Relic. Now, it may be... Okay, so yeah, this hand is fine. We'll definitely keep. So, I mean, that being said, though, the bonfire, I mean, it's still, like, anecdotal. Like, that's the one, like, I don't know if it still justifies playing 3 of them. But, definitely feels good. And maybe more bonfires in the board, maybe. Like, that has merit. There's a lot of decks it's decent against. Okay, so what we're gonna do... That's fine. I'm just gonna grudge his... I'm gonna just bolt his Ravager here. Just because Bolt is a solid piece of removal, but it's not the best piece of removal, so getting the most out of that is good. Plating, okay. Alright, so now we have the luxury of being able to hold up mana so that we can get his nexuses and stuff too, so we're in a solid spot right here. Okay. Ravager, that is okay. So, second plating, okay. Alright, so we'll go ahead, end of turn, we'll grudge the Ravager. And then we'll go ahead and grudge one of the platings. Just because next turn he can animate Nexus. Again, it was something... I mean, we may just have a solid control over this game. And... yeah, I think he'll just play Arbor Elf here, and then next turn, if he animates the Nexus, I'll get it. But at end of turn, I can grudge the plating, and then I can more easily keep mana up, so I can play Storm Breath and just get aggressive. So, seems like a solid game for me. Okay. All right. Okay, we'll go ahead and grudge the Nexus here. And yeah, he conceded. Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and that is a draw win. Now, I guess the question becomes: do I have too much stuff in the board specifically that comes in versus the affinity matchup, and can that stuff serves good functions elsewhere, but can that be something else, like something else to help against Eldrazi specifically? So that's one thing I'll be keeping track of, because it feels solid, but sideboarding in 13 cards against Affinity, or 12 cards rather. Maybe I can just get percentage points, give up some percentage points there to get some percentage points against the other against the other aggro decks in the format. Like maybe like more bolts or more bonfires, or maybe like some more sudden shocks or something like that. Maybe one. Oh, that's all something to consider. So, yes, I would like to play first. Okay, so solid hand. If we draw a Sprawl, we can Blaster and then Storm Breath and all sorts of fun stuff. So, hand with a lot of potential for sure. Okay. Play the elf and pass the turn. Got no plays. I'm out of coffee. Oh, that's a tragedy. Okay, so Living End or Lantern? Probably Lantern. Definitely not Living End, because if he's playing Inquisition, so. Or Jund. He could possibly be Jund. All right, what's he going to pick? Well, if he takes Beast Within here, he saves his land. Depending on, if he has like maybe more discard or stuff, depending on if he has a removal spell for the Ruin Blaster or a removal spell for the Elf. So maybe he can slow me. Maybe he's just debating on how whether he wants to slow me down or what. He wants to 3/3. He thinks. Okay. Alright, and this is where I will probably just Beast Within his land. They're on his upkeep. I don't really have a compelling reason not to, so we'll go ahead and do that. Stone Ring off the top would have been awesome. Okay. We'll just go get we'll just get a Stomping Ground. Yeah, and hope it's not Lantern. That is for sure. Okay. Only because that deck is like miserable to play against. He's playing Lantern. Arbor Elf? Stormbreath Dragon. Maybe Windswept Heath? Arbor Elf, okay. And... Alright. Now, I still have Slime main deck, so I'm not... Depending on how his game plays out, you know, we're not completely dead to like Bridge or anything. We're not completely dead game one, despite using the Beast Within. So, what else? What other options do we have? We have a lot of creatures that can go under, but we did give him the Beast Within, or the Beast. Okay, what's he doing? And we'll just update our spreadsheet real quick. Okay. Okay. Uh oh, Lantern deck is getting aggressive. Okay, not block. Okay. Now, maybe he's really land light and he has to go get a land, but that may not be the case. One can hope. Okay. Alright, so he has tools, but he does not have a lantern, so that's good. Alright. So, let's see. Lantern. Okay, that's fine. I don't have any plays. Okay. So you have plays on my upkeep? Okay. So we're just... I'll play a Sprawl on this forest. We'll make it red. And then play Stormbreath. And I missed a point by not attacking with my Arbor Elf earlier. Okay. One thing I forgot about that deck is that it can play Infernal Tutor. And that's got to be nice when you can play basically a Demonic Tutor in your deck. It's got to feel pretty good. Okay, so looking forward against Lantern, that's fine. we'll bring in the Grudges and Pia and Kieran and the Relics. Because the idea was to go a little aggressive and then... so he has 2 cards in hand, so I can put him at... So I can deal him 9, put him at 6, I can deal him 10. Okay, we'll just... a second... cancel that. Undo. Okay. Play a second Storm Breath Dragon and basically just threaten, put him in lethal next turn. So where he has to draw and he has to draw a Ruins, or he has to just straight draw a bridge. Because he doesn't have time to get it back with Ruins and then play it again. And we'll go ahead and block here. Just to pad our life total a little bit. Center bridge. Okay. Alright, well that's fun. We'll let Stone Rain his Academy Ruins. And then next turn, well, we can Monstrous our... Yeah, block was pretty loose. Because then he plays bridge, I can still attack through it. So, that's why we stream, so we can get better. And, without Ruins and Lantern, he's worse off for sure. So we're definitely not out of this game. Okay. I don't have any relevant plays, so we'll go ahead and okay. All right. Plays another bell. Okay, so we can Blood Moon him to make his options. We'll go ahead and make this a land. Make it a forest. And we'll just Blood Moon him. Pardon me, just one moment. Alright, sorry about that. Important enough, they called twice. Okay. Now, I am kind of curious how the deck gets stuff back without access to Academy Ruins, but I think they play like 1 or 2 Noxious Revivals too. Okay. No. And then, yeah, what we'll do is Monstrous 1 dragon this turn, Monstrous another one next turn, and then hopefully, I mean, that puts him in range of Titans, or we draw a Titan, or we draw a Bolt, or anything like that. So we have something else. We have a stop set on his draw. Okay. It's fine. Do what you gotta. Okay. Okay, and we will go ahead and Monstrous 1 of our dragons to deal him 2. Alright. Then we have a plan. Okay, so he can double Pyroclasm, I guess, to get rid of the other dragon. Okay. I wonder if this is the first time he's ever been monstrous as a winning condition. Okay, and then we'll monstrous the other one. 6. Deal him another 2. And then we have just a ton of live draws. Oh no, you don't need to stack them together. Come on. Okay. All right. Well, I guess we'll just play this Riders. Okay. And we'll pass. We don't have any plays, so let's get as much clock as we can. So let's see what he's doing. So he's got Needles, Codex Shredders. We don't have any plays once again, so we'll just let him do his thing. Decay. Okay. We have no real reason not to keep a 2/2 in play, and then we can't draw. Well, if we pay the Echo, we can't cast Inferno Titan. So I'm just going to say that that's a worse. That's a worse line. Paying the Echo there. Bolt. All right. And we'll just bolt him. Okay. So we got that game. And we were on the play. Okay, so this we will take. We basically kind of have to become a burn deck a little bit. Wait, what am I doing? Okay. So relics go in, all the grudges, and I actually think we bring in Sunshocks too. Anything that has to attack, I want to take out. So, as well as some of the land destruction, I think I'll take out Riders. I think maybe even the Stone Rains come out. So, yeah, UTT Zach, we've got, yep, we've got some. Do Finks come in? Why do Finks come in? Spiker. We got some lantern action going on. I mean, I guess the Stone Rain is not incredibly better. I actually think that. I mean, he's probably going to bring in Nature's Claim to possibly deal with stuff. Okay, you fear LD. Okay. So maybe this Zach is the better. Are the creatures better, or I mean, Moon is a way to get multiple. Yeah, maybe Moon is not right. Maybe I just leave in like the Riders and the Stone Rain, and maybe I just leave it at this. Yeah, I guess Moon is worse than LD. That's for sure, because I can go after specific lands with LD. So yeah, I'll just leave it. I think I'm going to leave it at this. So we're going to submit it and take some notes. Thrun, Moon, Batterskull, and then we shock, Grudge, Pia and Kieran, and Relic. Okay, this is not a good hand. I like to play with lands that produce colored mana. Yeah, maybe Stone Rain is better than Stormbreath. I mean, my only logic is that like I want anything to be able to deal damage, but I guess at that point like, well, I get a Scry and a draw. I have Relic. Don't have Grudges though. Okay, well. Fine. No. I mean, that was kind of a rough, because like Spiker says the only card that matters is Bridge, and I agree. I just haven't, like, my 7 didn't have a grudge, my 6 didn't have a grudge. Okay. Let's get these in their proper place. Okay. No, we want... I don't mind drawing slime. So, it's not great, but... Okay, maybe UTZX says the Sprawl is bad keep, you want action, not mana. The more keeps you find fast enough, the better chance you have of overloading them and winning. So yeah, we'll keep that in mind for sideboarding in future matchups. Okay. Okay, so... Ah, dang it. I did not mean to click that. Yeah, fine. Okay. Ah, alright. So, Inquisition... Won't play Relic, so we won't IOK it? Oh, Inquisition of Kozilek, okay. Yeah, I should have played both. I didn't. I was just more concerned about keeping it up in case... I don't know. In case I needed to cycle it or whatever, so... that's definitely something I'll do in the future. Okay. So, and... we didn't play both relics because I'm dumb. I just... Yeah, that's fine. UTZX says each unused cantrip I have removes potential for a Shredder Bell to stop you. So, as he is someone who plays Lantern, that's good advice. So, I'm going to play Ruin Blaster and get in. I haven't played enough against Lantern to Control to really know how to do it, how to play against them most effectively. Okay, I have infinite time, but only so many threats. Okay. Okay. We'll go ahead and give our... Make our blaster a 3/1, and then get in there. And... Now he has bridge on top, so we can get rid of it. Okay. Oh, he has 2 bridges. That's great. Okay. Okay. Like stirrings means he wants that Glimmer Void. Okay. Play Elf here. And... Okay. Can't attack it with anything. Okay. So Zach also says him not playing Stirrings means that he wants Glimmervoid. Also to exile important things from our yard to protect against surgical. That's a good idea. So we'll go ahead and target ourselves. And we'll get rid of the elf. Okay, so ugly bridges too. Yeah, those are some pretty ugly bridges. But I play 7th edition. I play 7th edition. What am I talking about? Stone Reigns. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and Riders. I'm not sure if I should have played. Not sure if I should have played Slime there. I mean, maybe not. Maybe I hold it. Okay, and then we'll attack for 1. Okay. Glimmervoid on top. I wish one thing that Moto would do is that whenever you play the top card of their library revealed, I wish they would put it over in the revealed zone. That would be so much better. Okay. And we'll go ahead and make him exile. Okay. And I actually think I want to start getting in with Arbor Elf and making it a 3. Yeah, we'll just pay Echo. Draw the bolt. What's that? Oh, duh. Okay. I can definitely tell I woke up at 7. Okay. So we will attack. And that Wolf Run is going to hopefully do a lot of work for us. Okay. So Zach suggests don't worry too much about what I'm doing. Just prevent him from setting up lock with Shredder Bell. That is what kills you. Okay. Okay, so now he has 1 Shredder. Okay. Zach says damage won't be relevant. We have too many threats in our deck. Damage to us or damage to him? Okay. Okay. Okay, so now I damaged him. You're playing slime to kill Shredder. Okay. And I'll stay that there. We'll say green. Okay. Untap this. Okay. Imagine each, Zach suggests, imagine each Shredder as, or Bell as a Phyrexian arena. They are the devil. Okay. That's a good way to think about it. Okay. 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 Now, I can't hope to draw birds. Birds is nice. I just don't. I also don't want to. Okay. So yeah, I just don't want to run out of clock. Okay. I don't really want another Storm Breath Dragon. So. Well, we can't really do much, so. We'll go ahead and pass the turn. Okay. 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 Now we got a Grudge on the top. Good spot to be. But easy to Zach says easy to disrupt absolutely with the lanterns. He can just make me shuffle my deck. And he has Welding Jar. How do I on F6? F8, I think, right? F3, okay. Okay. Okay, so he let me draw it. So I can go after both lanterns and okay. I'll play the dragon. Okay. So UTD Zach's going to help me on this one. Decay on Relic. I think we'll untap a land. We'll sacrifice it to draw. Okay. Okay, so bonfire on top. So, which should, in combination with the other incremental burn I have, be good enough. Play this on ground. No. Okay. Okay, so okay. And that's fine. Okay. So I play. Think I'm just going to play the Grudge here. To get rid of his. No, this is not. This is actually a different brew. Yeah, we'll try this. Damn it! Come on. No! I don't want to do that. Cancel. Okay. I have 2 green. Never mind. Okay. Grudge Lantern. And then we'll... Oh my god, I gotta kill him. Okay. That's fine. And I will just never tap out. And I'll play the other. Okay. Okay, play the other dragon. And that's fine. 6. Can't do anything. Can't attack him. Okay. Okay. What is the name? Stormwrath Dragon. Okay. We're good. Okay, I'm behind on time now. Okay. Okay. Kill him. There's 2 jars. Sunshock. No. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So I'll just play Titan. Just deal him 3. And then I should be able to... Okay. So I should be able to kill Pithing Needle a whole bunch of times. And 1, 2... Okay, what's he got? Okay, targeting elf. Use that to untap this forest. Okay. And I'll grudge the needle. Okay, if we go for 4 turns. So if we play a spell, draw 4 turns in Lantern, matchup are condensed. Needle isn't it? Okay. Okay. Yes. I would like to do that. Yes. Okay. Okay. Targeting. Okay. Alright, and then we can bolt him next turn. Okay. He stepped away. I bonfired. Okay. All right. Codex Shredder. That is fine. Inside the card that you want me to get rid of is in my hand. All right. Whew. Got there, boys. All right. So how did we change the side? We determined that Stormbreath Dragon's not very good either, and that Fink should go in. Yeah, I imagine that's why. Like Zach, when you did well at, when you did your thing. At what GP was that? I can't remember. But I mean, when you won, I think it was Oklahoma City. I knew, I was like this deck is insane. Like this deck is like a new kind of Magic. Like you were saying, like it plays the game. using statistics super like just differently. Like it weaponizes, weaponizes statistics. So I've always thought that I've always liked that deck. So and thought it was good for what it does. So like I was commenting after you won, I was like, are we like is this like a new kind of Magic deck? Like this is Magic history, right? All right. Oh, I gotta update the spreadsheet or update the match results over here too. So what? 3, and then we lost to Bluetron. Alright, this is a mulligan. That is also a mulligan. Alright. Okay. No. By the way, tell your friends. I'm trying to get this stream to be, it's new, but I'm definitely want to make it as popular as possible. So, any tips, advice you guys have, I will happily take them. And, any way, any publicity is good. So, definitely appreciated. That league the previous one was 3-2. Okay. Close this and all right. So Rug Scapeshift is I am much better against Rug Scapeshift as it is. I'm just gonna crack these right now. Stomping Ground. No. Just do your thing. I mulled the 4, so. Okay. Yeah, so Rug Scapeshift is I'm much better against it because they have just such heavy color requirements in terms of their spells. I mean, granted, I'm in a bad position where he can now easily search for another island and play Cryptic, but he's playing the Bring to Light version. All right. Even better, though. He is ready for Blood Moon, though. All right. Well, I will just, keep doing me, I guess. Okay. Well, I will play a Titan one of these days. You just wait. So the chat, we're looks like yeah. So Zach, asked the question about the stream quality. I'm experimenting with it because I do not have a super rig or anything, so I have to find settings that actually function well. I'm better at. I've always streamed actual live Magic, so running Moto and my streaming software at the same time is not something I usually have to do. So I'm definitely looking for all sorts of things that I can adjust. Oh, he's gonna scape shift me. That's fine. All right. Well, at least we can start taking notes. And we're on the draw. Small 2-4. Okay. All right, that's fine. We'll go ahead and get on with getting on. Yes. So rug or bring to light skate shift. So the LD is very good. Now the problem is that as my sideboard evolved, it kind of went away from being super good against that deck because it wasn't that popular. And I would board in, for example, more Stone Rains or more Molten Rains that are just in the main deck right now. So I'm trying to think of what I want to... Let's see if my notes can help me. And... okay. Oh, I didn't take any notes. Alright. Herds of Note, Prismatic Spell, Omen Remand. Maybe it's just... yeah, I'm not a fan of any of it either, Zach. I agree. I don't think anything is pretty fantastic. They don't... like, maybe Spellskite, but probably not. Yeah, I think we'll just run it back. Lightning Bolt's probably the worst card against them. Okay. It's a keeper. Once again, maybe the Molten Rains should be Stone Rains. Maybe I should just max out on those. Sudden Shock for Elders, yeah, probably. It's definitely better than, in that case, it's probably better than Bolts. So upgrading anything can be a win for us. But yeah, as it stands, I think the only three cards that come out are the Bolts. Okay, so this is the awkward. I have Molten Rain. I have Beast Within and Avalanche Riders. And Molten Rain. Okay. Regardless, I think we kill one of his lands and we do it on his upkeep. Yeah, he does. He definitely. Spellskite or Snapcaster Mage is definitely a consideration. I hadn't thought of that. Well, Alex says my Relic versus Snapcaster Mage seems better to draw one and hold on to a Batterskull. But sideboard needs an update. I don't know if that's the thing though, is that this deck, this is the first time in a really, really long time I've played against the Bring to Light version. So I'm not sure what I would want to add to the sideboard that would bring it to anything else. All right. Okay, so that's good. We'll play a Blood Moon here. I mean, part of the reason why I never really worried about the Bring to Light matchup is that Blood Moon is the more that the red-green Scapeshift deck adds colors, the better that Blood Moon gets against it. And Blood Moon is already pretty good against it because it just shuts off Valakut. Okay, so I don't need double red, but I'll just play Riders. And we'll go after his. Okay. And Marshmallow, I see that you're building Red Green Escape Shift. Have you played it at all? Like, what kind of observations have you made about it? Like, versus, like, would you add any other colors or anything like that? All right. Do I want to pay the Echo? No. Yeah. Goddamn miracles. All right. Yeah. The chat LOL. Oh my god. Come on, double red. Okay, chat. So you've seen the deck play a bit. What are your thoughts on Avalanche Riders versus perhaps Ruin Blaster or versus perhaps Acid Moss? I want to know. All right. So we have double red. We can't really do much with it right now, but we can Molten Rain one of his lands. And it will block. Filter, do you think it's best to be red-green? Okay. So in terms of Escape Shift, red-green just being red-green while Eldrazi's around just gives you the consistency, according to Marshmallow. So that's definitely true. And we'll block here. A land would be great, because then we can alright, and yeah, we attack, because we have him on 2-turn clock. Okay, so Zach, you're suggesting that Acid Moss, like, if you play Acid Moss, play Titans, but if I don't play Titans, like, I should play a lower to the ground version. I should play like a more aggressive version if I'm going to keep riders and stuff. Is that kind of what you're getting at? Okay, and let's upgrade those bolts, I guess. And Yeah. I mean, I agree that Acid Moss is good. It just doesn't kill your opponent. And that's like, yeah. Maybe just playing a more like a more control-ish version. What else do we want to sideboard? Let's just hedge a little bit, I guess. So Zach says my philosophy is that you don't have to kill all lands, just a few, and play a control shell that locks them out. Spiker is all periods, so I imagine he agrees and is like, that's what I've been telling you, and all that stuff. So I just don't like the single threat aspect of it. I feel like, to me, going after a lot of lands sometimes is, being that you're not going after cards and you're not counterspelling stuff, your threats are inherently weaker, because there are tons of plays in Modern at 1 mana that kill your stuff. And that's just my philosophy on it. Okay, this is kind of a risky hand, because we may have to sprawl up a Stomping Ground and risk losing it later when we play a Blood Moon, but we have a reward for going fast, so we'll keep it. And we have 2 draws as well, so okay, that's good. So we'll just play Arbor Elf. Oh, Farseek, okay. Now, I think it's going to be one of those games where I really, really want to draw any sort of interaction. Oh, yes. Screwed that up. Should have played the fetch. Got a land. We don't have anything really relevant to play, so should have just kept ourselves off of 18. But we have the Sudden Shock in case he plays the Elder. That is certainly something. Alright, so 4 mana. And could very well have Cryptic. No, he's off Cryptic, never mind. Could have Remand, I guess. Yeah, well, I'll just play Titan here, and if he has something, he has something. Yep. And I don't have any other plays, so we'll just let him do his thing. And also, like, what do you guys think is a good record for a modern deck to have? I mean, I've always been curious, being that I'm just like testing this deck, and like curious what win percentage is like across the board would you consider for a modern deck to be viable? You know, because this constantly hovers around 55 or 60%, but if it's affinity, then you know maybe that's a 70% deck, maybe that's a 65, 70%. Oh, the domain spells. Okay, so Zach suggests 60 to 75% against tier 1 and 2 decks. So he would suggest, so that's very doable for my, I could just take my spreadsheet and kind of adjust for the, cuz you lose a lot sometimes to random decks where they like blue turn, infinite turns, and yeah. We'll just take some damage, and we'll go ahead and play Spellskite, and then red and red. Okay. And just broadcast our plays. Why not? All right. All right. So he has enough to bring to light for 4 and can scape shift me to death because of my misplay. No, he cannot scape shift me to death because I have Spellskite in play. Because that messes up his math. Okay. Blastoderm suggests... you said a lot of great stuff, Blastoderm. That's an interesting point. I think part of it was determining what you'll play against. 50 to 60% is fine if you are including random chaff that just beats you. Much of LD seems dependent on the metagame. If you do well against the expected meta, then run it. If the goal is to beat, say, Eldrazi and Affinity, and you're only 40% against those, but 75% against the other, I would hesitate to run it. So yeah, maybe looking at the specific results is much more important. Okay, so I have some options here. I have 7 mana, so I can Riders and Molten Rain. Going after his red sources. It can deplete him of his red sources, and then still attack him for a significant amount, and then play Titan. I think that'll do it. And we'll go after that. Alright, that was to be expected. And a lot of this deck, like the Scape Shift deck, why like Doug Potter, for example, one of my Scape Shift, the people I talked to about that deck, one of the reasons he mentioned that he doesn't really like the other version is because you just don't play enough mountains. And perhaps that's the case. I mean, that's a really solid point. So he pass. Okay. I think I'm not gonna pay the upkeep or the echo. I think I can. I mean, I know I can monstrous him and kill him. Does he have a removal spell? No. I've also drawn my miracle. I'd rather just kill him in a way that doesn't allow him to play a spell. I'll also just mirror. I'll just do it. And I mean, if he has a removal spell for dragon, I have Spellskite, so that's good. Okay. He's choosing to tap my creatures. Okay. So many colors and so many options. What does he... Oh, Damnation. That works too, I guess. Well, I can... Stone Rain is forest, I guess. Or is stomping ground. Sun Shock him at end of turn. At this point, I actually think I Sun Shock his Tribe Elder. All right. Titan. Yep, got to kill an elder. Counter his 2-mana spell with my 2-mana spell. Now if I draw a land, I can main phase Bonfire for 3 and then just attack in. Okay. To his face. What have you got? Okay. Got that one. It was on the play, win, draw, win, win. Okay. Okay. So let's see what's up next. Round 8 today, which is awesome. Spiker says that I have won every game today because I have Moss-like draws. Which, yeah, he also says that with that list, I have to stop misplaying Beast Within, which is absolutely correct. I will keep this hand. A turn 2 Thrun seems appealing. All right, so let's show them what we're made of. Please don't kill my elf. Please. Just play like a wild Nacatl or something. Okay. That's fine too. So, burn. Naya burn, probably. Hard to beat Thrun. Now, I have to worry about him burning me out. Usually, if they go with the creature plan, it's they have a pretty hard time. And there's one guy that I play against often that he basically realizes that, so the matches are much more challenging. Okay, Rift Bolt. What you gonna Rift Bolt? Targeting me. All right. Land Searing Blaze. Yep. Land Searing Blaze. Okay. And we'll play the Heath, and we'll leave it uncracked because if he happens to play an attack with a Goblin Guide, I can look at my draw and see if I like it. Jeez, alright. Whew. It's getting warm in here. Two cards left in hand. I am at 7. I'm now at 4. And we'll use one of the green to throw a sprawl on here. And we'll make it green. Play Slime, kill his Sacred Foundry. Take him off Boros Charm, hopefully. And we will not attack. Now, if I draw Bonfire or Titan, I'm actually in a pretty good position. Oh, speak of the devil. Okay. I wish miracles weren't so clumsy. Online. It's got this like, hit a right click to cast it from your hand. It doesn't just ask you cast the miracle from your hand. It tells you to say it. It doesn't give you like a yes/no dialogue. And then I should be able to just attack for lethal. Now the only thing here is that if he has a removal spell for the slime, and then he like plays like another creature, but we'll go for the throat here. Alright, Grim Lavamancer. Block. Don't have 2 bolts. That wouldn't be very nice. Alright. And we were on the play. In this matchup, I usually take out the traditional, like, the spells that destroy land, because the creatures are actually much better. They come down, they block, they trade with a land and a creature, and I brought in more removal and Finks and Dismember in case he's playing the version that plays Goyf. Yeah, take out. Take out. And the Blood Moon stand because they usually, if he's playing Naya, well, he's playing Naya. Naya, they cut him off of game. So Spiker says games won with Bonfire up to 3 now. Okay. So I like Blood Moon here because it cuts him off of Boros Charm and his Atarka's command. Yeah. Alex says to cut Storm Breath or Titan. I actually like cutting Storm Breath more than I like cutting Titan here, because Inferno Titan can come down and be a removal spell. I do like that. I have tons of plays down here, so I don't feel bad cutting from that end. I also think I will cut a... I'm on the draw, so I'm going to cut a Riders just because I need the 3 mana creature sometimes is important with Ruin Blaster. Sometimes I just need to play a blocker or whatever. Rains, we cut 1 Riders on play, or on draw, and then 3 Dragon. And we added in Dismember, Finks, Shock, Skite. And Spellskite, a lot of times, depending on what they play, they can actually get around Spellskite pretty easily because much of their spells deal damage, like target player, like Boros Charm, Atarka's Command, Lava Spike, things like that. They target players. So Spellskite doesn't really do much there, but it is a pretty great blocker. And a lot of times that's just all you need. You just need to cut them off of that couple points of damage that they need. This is a good hand. Once again, it's a turn 2 Unmolested. It's a turn 2 Thrun hand. I am a little worried that I don't have... If he plays something like Molten Rain, which probably he doesn't. He has some LD, but we're going to go ahead and keep it. Foothills, alright. Swift Spear, okay. So, Goblin Guide, I'm kind of bummed that he didn't play a Goblin Guide there, just because it's so good at drawing me the cards that I need most of the time. But I will accept a Monastery Swift Sphere just fine. Now, next turn, even if he kills my elf, I will be able to play the Sprawl on the other forest and just keep my red mana up. Ah, my fiancé is home a little early. Zach says Dismember maybe is incorrect, and I generally think maybe it is, simply because I don't see if I don't see Goyf, but it's like my only thing that deals with it. So, but it's probably just taking too much damage. And Herkimer asks why I have front of me over the opponent's name. It's on each of the turn notifications at the end of the game matches. I just like to cover the stuff whenever I can. I think I have all the relevant in-game stuff covered, but just to protect privacy or whatever. I don't know. It's just in a token attempt, I guess. No blocks. And it's hard. I mean, I have to have like another screen for sideboarding and another screen for all that stuff. So, all right, we are going to play a Thrun. And then next turn, we can Bonfire if we want to. Okay. We can also, depending on how he plays, Blood Moon, perhaps, next turn. Keep him off some of his more powerful spells. And he is choosing to deal 4 to me. Okay. That was okay. I don't know if I want to bonfire for 2. He has the ability to save his swift spear, so it's really I'm just. But I have the bolts, so let's just go for it. And the blocker. Okay, let's do this. Alright. And we're at a high enough life total I feel comfortable attacking here. He has to have insane... he has to have like an insane... like play a Swift Spear, then... Burrow's Charm. And we'll go ahead and hit the Sprawl here. Red. Blood Moon. Put him off. And then we will attack. We have tons of options here, so we have 2 pieces of removal. I don't know why he made... Spiker asked why he main phase Boros Charmed. I'm thinking maybe he was planning to attack, just to get in some extra damage. Because he can main phase Boros Charm, and then... Oh, he was at 4. I was so concerned... why I didn't kill him, I was just so concerned with using the bolts as removal that it just didn't... that's what they were for in my head. And Naya Burn is a very good matchup for this deck. And you can usually just clog the board with you can play creatures, and you have tons of removal, and then you have like small stuff. Alright, let's play again. Yeah, Malishkamo. Classic Fairy Macaw incident, Matthew. Absolutely. Just pile it all on. Just pile it all on. So 3-0 in this one so far. And yes, I did play Malishkamo while you were gone. I played a Beast Within, both incorrectly, as in I targeted the artifact. Instead of targeting the Mindslaver, I targeted the Talisman right next to it on accident. And then I also misplayed because I could have just killed my own thing and attacked him for lethal. So, oh yeah, I gotta update my ticker. So, match wins 25. Alright. And I love waiting in queue, but it's better than playing an 8-man, I guess. Okay, I like this hand. It's turn 2 Titan, turn 3 Dragon. And we'll keep it. Okay, Eldrazi. And he didn't go crazy mimic stuff. And typically that's fine. I don't usually it's more the like ahead of schedule reality smashers and stuff that are truly problematic. Even Matter Reshaper is just kind of okay. And we will... And there, you know, there I was more worried about Thought-Knot Seer. Because Thought-Knot Seer would have been much more powerful. Could have taken a Sprawl or the Dragon or whatever. Sky Spawner, okay. Now that is definitely something. So he's playing probably blue, probably green for World Breaker, and then maybe blue-white splash green. Regardless, I think I'm going to... Oh, well, that was stupid. I should have... Can't play Storm Breath now. Well, I can, but I can't play Storm Breath and Stone Rain, and I couldn't do that anyway because I only have 7 and not 8. I think I'm just going to... play Storm Breath and Birds. If he has another Temple, so World Breaker, he can come down on... I like Bird's Stone Rain here. He just has access to too much mana. And I will non-attack. See what he got. And by the way, I'm on Twitter. You can follow me at Matt Mendoza. I post all of my lists, post all of my just general shenanigans. And I'd love it if you give me a follow. And we'll block. We'll go ahead and block a Reshaper. Spiker says this. These are the game situations where 3 bonfire is so good. Yeah. If this were like every game situation, I would be much safer, much more on board about running multiple bonfires. Ah, little does he know, I have a Foothills in my hand. Okay, well, Titan comes down, is going to kill a Spawn, a Mimic, and a Reshaper. That seems okay. Or a Sky Spawner, a Mimic, and a Scion. One, 2, and 3. And I'm going to leave up Thrun here just because I don't want my Titan. I'm not going to block with my Titan. I'm just going to block with my Thrun here. And I don't want to block with my Titan because I don't want it to get dismembered in response to, you know, make it a 1/1 and then block, like have it die in combat. So it's pretty strong here. So I'll just going to press my advantage. And Storm Breath. And attack here. Go ahead and do 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So Zach says I like swinging with Thrun last turn. Don't block with Titan next turn. Swing with 3 monsters following turn. Yeah. I'll play also like probably a little bit too defensively. Yeah, play the Endless one. And Matter Reshaper. It puts it onto the battlefield. Otherwise, put it into his hand. Oh, that sucks. So we draw a card. I never read the last sentence of Matter Reshaper. That's kind of a bummer. As Zach says, if it's, pretend it's a limited game, we have huge edge on beefy creatures versus their nothing. Yeah. That is true. I should have played Arbor Elf too. I don't know why. I just didn't think about playing it. I don't know if anybody else experiences this. I play much worse online than I do in paper. And yeah, we just Storm Breath and kill him. Monstrous. All right. Yeah, Zach. So Zach said first time he cast Molten Rain, he blows up his own mountain. I have Bone Splittered. I've cast Bone Splinters in limited, targeting the creature that I meant to sacrifice. I have Stone Rained my own land. I have given up a bunch of games just because of that, just because of misclicks and all that. And that was probably blue. I didn't see any. Maybe it's just blue-green? I didn't see any white. And we drew. So draw, win. Okay. And we will take out. I like the removal here. But he's playing Reshapers and stuff, and he's playing like multiple creatures, like Sky Spawners and things. So really the only creatures that are matter a whole bunch are like the Scions and the Sky Spawner. We can, if we wanted to, I like the LD a lot. I kind of want to bring in Kitchen Finks, but they don't do a whole bunch. It's mostly my top end that does a bunch in this matchup. Maybe Riders, since I'm on the draw. Yeah, I like this. Spiker says he plays bad on Moto when I call him, and he he takes my call instead of just texting. I don't like texting you, Michael. Though our conversations are too important. So for this one, we took out Bolt, we put in Skype, and Skype, KP, and one Riders. Not sure if that's exactly how I want. Blue Green Eldrazi is they're all just slightly different. Marshmallow asked why we don't like Dismember, and I actually, now that I think about it, I should have put Dismember in. It deals with a lot of stuff, so that is perhaps that is a misplay on my part. And yeah, I like this hand. It has a lot of potential. We'll go ahead and keep it. I don't want to board out LD because the LD spells are like what help us win this match and keep him off of his more expensive spells. A 2/2 Endless One for one is like the worst card he could possibly play on turn one. Besides nothing, which is pretty great. And we will happily take the 2. Reshaper, okay. And then, so we can Beast Within his Temple on upkeep, or we can play another elf and play Spellskite. I don't like that plan because it is very not interacting. It does not interact with his mana base. Next turn we can play Thrun, or Riders. We can also play Riders, and it does a lot here. All right, we'll pass. Overvoltage asks why how we're liking green over white. For the lack of Ghostly Prisons, Magus, and Flagstones. I like green because you can accelerate into turns more easily. You're not as reliant. You can beat down, basically. So, and that's the only reason why. Like, I haven't played the other deck extensively, so I can't really say definitively like, oh, this is why I play this over this. This is why I specifically don't play this version. I can only talk to why I specifically play this version, and it's just because you have access to just different cards. You have Titans and like mostly the acceleration. I mean, the deck started with like Arbor Elf plus Utopia Sprawl plus Basic Forest is one of the hardest engines in Modern right now to interact with, outside of Ghost Quarter and like killing your Arbor Elf. And that the format was different like a month ago when we had thought about that deck. So so yeah, we just take it, and that's fine. And we'll go ahead and play. We're just going to play Riders here, and then block something. Get in. This is what I mentioned with like the incremental LD. Whereas like Acid Moss here would accelerate us into next turn, but it doesn't interact the board for another turn, which can often be the the turn that you need. I also don't play. So the red-white version also, like, one of the cards I didn't want to play really was Boom Bust. It's just kind of. It seemed to me kind of. We'll go ahead and block. It just seemed, Boom Bust seemed to me like worse than some of the options that I had available. And we have 5 mana. So we play Elf. And Spellskite. Or no, we play Thrun and... Yeah, it's fine. Unfortunately, we have to go get a Stomping Ground with this Heath. Which kind of sucks, but... It is what it is, I guess. Okay. We'll play Arbor Elf. And Thrun. And go. And also, I think like the white-red deck has, and yeah, Overvoltage. You bring up the red-green deck can play LD a turn faster, and doesn't need to rely on Boom Bust to do that, which is a pretty big deal, and because like I just win a lot of games because I just play a turn two Blood Moon. Alright, so we play our land. We'll go ahead. We'll go at 2 here. I guess if he has Dismember and kills one of my blockers, then I'm just dead. Well, no, not necessarily. Do 2-1 here. But yeah, in terms of the white-red versus green-red, white-red, you rely on a lot of your cards to be in the situation that they need to be in for them to be good. Whereas, like Thrun is like a better abstractly good card than like Magus of the Tabernacle or Ghostly Prison, for example, or like Inferno Titan is just better. Like when and abstractly, so you just get in these situations where your cards are just like your card quality is a little higher without having to have the synergy. That seems to be just my 2 cents. We'll play Skite. And it is a pretty great blocker. Cannot activate Skite, because I will kill myself if I do so. Funny thing is, though, if I draw a Utopia Sprawl, I'll be able to make blue. And do I attack with Thrun, or do I attack with Infernal Titan? I will attack with Titan. It is a better offensive creature. Dismember. Okay. Well, good. Dismember is not another threat to block. Oh, well, he just drew Dismember. Well, that sucks. I should have played the Stomping Ground. Mimic. Please don't play Smasher. Still fine here, I think, because he does not have... I can block pretty profitably here. Go ahead and just set up our Run Generation Shield. And we will block... Okay. And we'll just block... Arbor Elf, you're gonna go for the cause. Oh yeah, Zach, he probably just missed me being at 4 life. Or 2 life. Ah, there's my Sprawl. Could have made blue mana. Could have made blue mana. Yeah, I will just... If I attack here, force him to block with his Endless One. If I attack here with this and Thrun, if he draws Smasher though, deal 1 there, 2 to him. And I'll play a Sprawl on here, name Red. And then set up for that Bonfire next turn I'm going to draw. Alright. No, I think he was... Was he... Zach, was he dead next turn? Because he was at 8. I could deal him 2. But he'd have to block for with both. No, I don't think he was... He was only at 8. I don't think he was at 7. Because if he was at 8... If he was at 7, yeah, that's an attack for lethal, because I attack with... I attack with Titan, kill his Mimic, deal him 2 to put him down to 5, and then he has to block Titan, so he takes 5. Okay, yeah. If he was, yeah. Okay, he was at 7. I thought. Okay, yeah. No, no, that makes total sense. So, when okay, okay. So, yeah, I for whatever reason thought he was at 8. I've also this is my 10th match today. No, 12th match today. So, fatigue is setting in. All right, we'll play one more just to finish off this league. So, so far, it's interesting to me that the core of the deck, the like Titans, Dragons, and Sprawls, Arbor Elves, Birds, and then like the 3-mana LD spells are all kind of the same. And there's a lot of games that play out basically the same way, without the 4-mana spells. So it's interesting. I don't know. It's interesting where like those games where you draw the other parts of your curve, where whether Acid Moss is better or whether Avalanche Riders is better or whether Ruin Blaster is better. All right. Okay, so we haven't turned to Blood Moon in a while. We'll keep that. Yeah, I agree. Spiker says that Bonfire has been really important to me. I definitely see that. Okay. Well, he's playing a foiled out. We're just going to play birds here so we don't just have to take extra damage. Zach's also mentioned, like, Spiker brings up that, like, he plays 3 bonfires in his version, I play 1. And he's talking about how, like, it's 1, 3 to 4 games on their own. But and then Zach points out that they're kind of lucky. They were kind of lucky bonfires, which they really were. But I don't know. Like, still, it's just in the chat. My opponents got the Stone Rain, huh? No, don't have the Stone Rain. But yeah, so he's Simian Spirit Guided for the mana to cycle a Jungle Weaver. But it's just figuring out what part, like those 4-drop slots, which give you the extra percentage points. We'll play a Stomping Ground tapped. And we'll play an Arbor Elf. And then we'll have Titan next turn, and should be good to go. Alright, so 1, 2, 3. Alright. Foiled out Living End. Hey, I gotta respect this guy. He's got tons of OG stuff, looks like. So, which I appreciate. Someone from the old school. All right. Okay, so Living End. Now, Living End is a challenging matchup because LD doesn't always do the trick. So we were on the play or on the draw that game. We were on the draw, but I think LD is better than Blood Moon. The opponent never. Yeah, Zach says how to win with LD. Opponent never draws second land, and you don't play LD spells. So Spiker says it's not just Moss; it's the earlier Titan, and 3 bonfires and 3 Beast Withins that give you more power and flexibility. Overvoltage reminds me that Titan pumps, which I totally need to remember that. I actually thought it trampled for a really long time because I thought all the Titans trampled. So there's that. We're going to go ahead and bring in the Spellskites, or not Spellskites. We're going to take out the bolts. They don't really do anything. We'll bring in Finks and Dismembers, because Dismember can kill some stuff. And other than that, though, I don't know if there's anything really that is necessary. Let's see. So there's 6/6s though. They should. Spiker is LOL. Only one Titan tramples. Well, you know, like all of them should trample. They're all 6/6s. All right, just jotting down these notes real quick. We took out moons and we took out bolts. We added in Dismember and what did we add in? Relic and Finks. So the Finks should give us a little bit of game post Blood Moon. But Relic's really going to be the Relic plus LD is really going to be the star. Well, you know. All right, and so this hand is interesting. We're on the draw. We don't have Blood Moon to consider, so attaching Utopia Sprawl to Stomping Ground is fine, except that he also plays Fulminator Mage. So we're going to go ahead and mulligan. In order for that hand to be good, we'd also have to reliably draw lands. And this hand is not great, but it's more keepable than the first one. And we get that extra scry. And we're going to bottom that. Thank you, Vancouver Mulligan. Oh, and I forgot to update this. My little ticker. Street Wraith. Okay. And we'll just Forest Sprawl. Red and go. Now we do have to worry about LD because he also plays Avalanche Riders and Beast Within, probably. And so we'll wait on the fetches. Spread out these sprawls. Play Arbor Elf. And pass the turn. Shriekmaw. Okay. Well, next turn I'll be able to Riders his Stomping Ground, which should set him back. And then Put riders in the yard. Well, I don't know how good that is. I'll just riders him. And we'll go after that. Now, he can Simian Spirit Guide and Demonic Dread, which is kind of a bummer. But he only plays 19 lands, like 18 to 20 lands. Fulminator Mage, okay. And yeah, we don't want to fetch exactly. We will just let this die. And we'll play Slime. I mean, then again, like that right there, for example, like Acid Moss, like I'd be playing Slime. I'd be playing Titan right now if that Riders wasn't Acid Moss. So that's something. Poor Fulminator Mage, no targets. Okay. Now my Riders will come back, destroy one of his lands, and get destroyed by a Fulminate or by the Shriekmaw. We'll just F6. Like, it literally does not matter what I do. Oh, I have to put my triggers on the stack, I guess. Targeting. It's not like Ruin Blaster where it auto targets. And we'll go ahead and let it die again. Land Titan would be sick right now. That's not so sick. Birds, elf. Okay. Tackle Jungle Weaver. Okay. And I don't really. I'll just block here. It's not really that big of a deal. We have access to enough mana to Bonfire's board if we draw it. I can play Titan this turn. Relic is also nice. And well, getting rid of that birds, maybe that cost me the ability to stabilize the board and play and activate Relic, so maybe that was not the best block. I don't want to show him that I have Relic, because he may be able to react to it somehow, and I would just rather hold it in my hand. He does play Ingot Chewers and stuff. Okay, this is kind of a precarious situation because now he has access to all the mana that he needs. We'll go ahead and play the Relic here. Okay. Maybe I should have attacked first. And then played. Attack first, maybe deal him 6 damage. And... Or maybe deal him 3 and then... So this is all during my main phase. I could very well just add some mana to my pool, since this is going to die. Oh, undo. Okay, so we'll just have some mana in my pool. We will have a haste creature going into combat. And we'll go after the swamp, and then slime will go after the green source. Oh yeah, Overvoltage says if he has Living End, there's no way he doesn't block. No, I absolutely believe that he blocks, and I actually think that it was a worse play. I just main phasing the relic, but I just question the validity of I guess if I attack and then deal him 3 damage, it puts another creature in his yard, which is not good. Okay. Now I can attack him with Riders and make it a 6/4. He's unlikely to need any, like, I can tap down Relic right now, more than likely, because he doesn't have anything to doesn't have anything to he could play an Ingot Chewer, but I think I'll just get in if he has Ingot Chewer, I mean, I have a lot now with the Wolf Run, and I really only have it. Oh no, undo. I really only have it for the 1 turn, so. Yeah, Spiker says Bonfire. Next turn, that would be Gross. Let's trample. Okay. It's fine. I think I'm okay not blocking any of it here. 'Cause I can still cast all of my stuff. If I draw Bonfire, I can kill him. I'll just block his big guy. Fulminator Mage. Okay, so he's making my Avalanche Riders, like, do I pay the Echo question a lot easier, because I just have a lot I can draw. And no. Okay, well, Birds is not something I can draw, so we'll just go ahead and cycle Relic here. Storm Breath, alright. So this is kind of awkward, because in order to get 6 mana. In order to get 5 mana, I have to get 6 mana. So I tap down a blocker, and he has lethal on the board. Okay. Now we'll just do birds and storm breath, and then attack, because I don't want to block. If he has removal, then I die to his attack. Play birds, play both, block with birds. All right. 5-0. And so I went 5-0 just as I got 50 viewers. That's pretty sweet. And all right, so draw, win. All right. Well, it's been 5 hours, so thank you guys for tuning in. Please subscribe. Follow me on Twitch and Twitter at Matt Mendoza. I will also be posting all my archived videos, as well as I'm trying to do. Let me update my win ticker real quick. I am also trying to going to do more draft videos and stuff like that. So check the YouTube for more of that content. So yeah. Thank you for watching. If you have any suggestions for the deck, I'd love to hear them. You can shoot me an email at mattjmendoza@gmail.com or hit me up on Twitter. Like I said, my Twitter link is at Matt Mendoza as well. The list is both on Twitter and on screen. So as well, like that is my current match. I think I forgot to write down some match wins, but anyway. So before I go, are there any last minute? I would love to ask any last minute chat questions or Twitter questions before I sign off for the day. I will be playing this deck at GP Detroit next weekend. I will probably stream. I will be traveling on Friday, so I will not be able to stream then. So I will stream Wednesday if possible. I'll have to check my class schedule and all that stuff to make sure it's all there. Overall, to ask reason I don't have MTG bot. I don't know what is MTG bot. I'll have to Google that. So Monroe asks, why am I so cool? It's for the fans, man. It's for the fans. Thanks, Matt. Herkimer Jones says, hey, thanks, Matt. Another great stream. Thank you very much for tuning in, Herkimer. So I really like that you were one of the original ones. So. MTG bot. Hello, I am the old Magic. My basic command is answering Oracle text simply by typing card gen. Okay. Channel. I will display the results. Type. Okay. I can do that. So Spiker says I'm not cool. I am in fact cool. Are there any last minute card suggestions? What did you guys think of like the Acid Mosses versus Avalanche Riders? Like, you guys saw Riders in action and Rune Blasters and stuff. Like, you saw how the games played out. What did you think? So I'd love to hear. DK Madness, can I get your GP playmat? More than likely, I will probably throw it in my giveaway pile. I have a bunch of because of the coverage I do. I get a lot of swag. So basically, since I only need one playmat and I already have the one that I really like, I keep a backup. So but I give everything else away basically. So I'll probably start doing some giveaways next week, so that help to bolster my audience and give back to you guys for for spending some time with me. So, are there any also any the other question I wanted to ask? Are there any other features? Are there any other features that you would like to see from the stream, or any sort of videos, podcasts, anything like that? So I have on the A Team on ManaDeprived.com. It's the premier Canadian Magic podcast. So you can find it on Twitter at MTG A Team. So let's see. Let's see what's some questions. Overvoltage asks, Primal Command is better. So Primal Command, I had one at the time, but it just like didn't do a lot. Menmaro says he plays Tooth and Nail, and both of those cards are great against Eldrazi. Tooth and Nail might be something to consider. It is more expensive, but it does put two creatures into play, even if you don't search them for them. So, and you know, when you're flooding out, like if you draw it late game, it could just be a game winner. I mean, it probably is game winner, to be honest. Blaster Man, I wouldn't be opposed to Crumble or Dust. Crumble over Riders. If I'm going to 4-drop LD spell, you can do a lot worse than getting multiple lands. Yeah, absolutely. That's Crumble is something to consider. The only reason I didn't and haven't yet is because of the presence of Blood Moon, and that Blood Moon mod OP me. I don't know how to do this MTG bot stuff. So mod OP me. Okay, right click. Okay, I'll do this MTG bot stuff later. But yeah, so Crumble to Dust. I always am cognizant of the Blood Moon plus lands interactions. So that's why like Rune Blaster wasn't in my deck for a long time, as well as Fulminator Mage and things like that. So the I also Menmaru says he also plays Witness in his deck. So Witness plus Primal Command is very good, but I didn't like Witness or Primal Command, and I would play Primal Command over Witness, because Witness just was like, I would just rather have anything, like I'd rather have a threat. It was more versatile, but it was just overcosted, which is the same thing with like, I think Command is just, it's versatile, but it's overcosted. Plow Under, I had one or two Plow Unders in my deck for a long time, and I liked it. It just does one thing though at 5, and I'd rather just play more Acidic Slimes, to be honest, because it does something on the board. There's not really an interaction between those and Blood Moon. They stay non-basic and keep their name. I think when they're non-basic, but I think when you destroy them with Crumble, when you destroy them with Crumble, they're named mountains. So I'd have to double check that ruling, but that's what I've always. They can be targeted by Crumble, but they can't. You can't get the second effect. You can't get the like, oh, I'm gonna crumble your Valakut and do that. So, but yeah, so Tooth and Nail is something that that I will definitely consider. I like it. It costs a lot of mana, but so Blaster Man says nope. They keep their name. Okay, then yeah. I mean, because it's kind of weird because the Blood Moon, like, when is it? I guess it checks the effects when it's in the graveyard, so it stops being under Blood Moon when as the spell is resolving. So, okay, yeah. Well, Blaster Man, I'm also a L1 judge, so I know a bit, but yeah, I'll definitely refer to your expertise on that. So, yeah. Building this deck and like playing it before regionals, I made sure to know all of the Blood Moon interactions, Urborg, Prismatic Omen, Flagstones, legendary lands, all that stuff. So, Minmaro, I had Primetime in my deck for a really long time, but it just kept. The original version of the deck was more. I would play Acidic Slimes, play Primetimes, which would get me lands to play World Breakers and Ulamogs and Karns. So once I just because I wanted to keep that advantage, I wanted to keep exiling stuff. But once I took out I eventually took out and then I took out Karns, and then I took out World Breaker, and then Ulamog, and then Primetime just started, like, the number, went from 3 to 2 to 1, and then, once I hit 1 Primetime, I went up to, like, 3 Infernos and 1 Primeval Titan, and then they were like, why are you playing Primeval Titan? You're not trying to ramp into anything, and you don't have anything to play after it. It's just like a 6/6. So that's when I was like, I just cut Primeval Titan and just tried to played other stuff like Wormcoil Engine and things like that just try to do other stuff. So, but all right, well, that is my red green list. Like I said, I'll stream next week. Not sure what day yet, but pay attention to watch my Twitter, and I'll have all that updated, as well as when you check my stream, I will have the image up there for you to watch or to look at. So thanks everybody, and have a great weekend.